There we go. Good morning, Sunday. My goodness. I try to gather my thoughts here. I think the worst thing right into a battle. The worst thing about testing out a new recipe is here, let me turn this down for myself a little bit. There we go. Is the cleanup afterwards. And it makes it, I'm not even sure, twice as bad, maybe triple as bad, when you have a recipe that you want to try, and you do, and then it turns out not great. And then you still have the cleanup. You don't even have the satisfaction of well, I gotta clean up, but at least it was, you know, it was pretty good. When it turns out bad, and it's not like, it doesn't seem to be that you did, like, everything turns out the way it should, according to instructions and descriptions of how it should, like, look and feel and everything. But then you eat it and you're like, ooh, that's garbage. Why would anyone even bother to make that? That's the worst. Which is exactly what happened yesterday, and what I was cleaning up a little bit this morning, because I didn't really feel like dealing with it immediately after the fact yesterday. When I went to the store to try out that egg and ricotta, like, bread thing that I had a feeling was going to go wrong, but I had to try it because I was like, that sounds way too easy for something as like a somewhat substitute for bread if you're trying not to use any sort of flour or wheat. Or what is a rebirth doll? KO'd where it cannot be equipped during battle. Oh, that's interesting. Definitely something to save for if I'm having issues before a big fight. But yeah, that was yesterday. A shame when stuff like that happens, but they do. Don't really want to use that because it's overkill. But on the other hand, I at least got a whole bunch of my other little side projects done. I had quite a backlog of things that I wanted to archive, and I've basically made it through the bulk of what I had saved. Now I just have, well, I guess that's not entirely true. I had ones that, the bulk of things that I wanted saved that weren't already collated into a big ol' like playlist. Now comes some of the stuff that is in a big playlist. And that's not something I'm going to do this weekend, because probably my best bet for that. Okay, if I kill this, oh my god, did that kill me right before? Okay, I had enough health to, it's fine. Probably my best bet, and not that it's like I have to. I generally shouldn't have to baby it or anything, but it's just one of those things where it's when you're sitting there watching it, the progress bar it makes it feel like, I don't know, it gives me a little bit of an anxiety. Of an anxiety. Good job. So, especially for something that's gonna be like, oh, puzzle. That's gonna be, how many, so of this playlist, there's like, I don't know, 118 videos or something, and generally they're between 40 minutes to an hour long. So it's gonna take a little while. And rather than having to do it during a time when I'm still using the computer and have to like sit there and every once in a while check on it and go, I wonder how far it is. My better bet is to just set it on to a time when I'm about to like pass out and then just let it run. And that way I don't have to like actually use any sort of brain power thinking about it. Okay, so I want to do this. Can you please? Thank you. Because that's really my detriment. Is these things are not. You know what? I wonder if this will actually do what I. No, it'll be fine. Is even when I have all of the systems in place to be able to do such things properly. No, actually, it did just... Nope, that's not gonna work. Because... I need this. Okay. I need this to go here so that I can do these ones at the bottom first. Yeah. There we go. And then... So, I do this. Ah, my eye... My biggest problem with any sort of archival work that you're doing, saving, you know, whatever old things that you're trying to save, is even when you have them all up and running, sometimes if you have something that's just a lot of data, no matter what, you just can't really help the fact that things will take a while, especially when you're doing converting from, so say something is not just like readily available and it's just a matter of making sure that it doesn't disappear because, you know, clouds being what they are and whatnot. You never know when some of that stuff might get wiped for whatever reason, or someone decides, you know what, I just don't feel like having this anymore, or, you know, whatever. I should be able to do, I think. Okay, how about this? I'll do this here. So I'll have to use them both together. Can I go around? Yes, I can. Okay, good. Strange noise I heard. There we go. Awesome. Alright. And it doesn't really matter. Let's push it off somewhere. And then... Here's the thing. Am I gonna have to do this for every single one of them? I guess I probably should, just so that it gives me more options. I don't want to have to, like, sit here and wonder about it. Dang it. Also, I was testing out a bunch of stuff with tabletop simulator earlier. It's very interesting. And I think it would be a whole lot of fun, but you have, I think, and, you know, obviously this is going to be a problem for certain people more than others. You have a similar problem that you have even with a physical board game, or card game or whatever, and it's getting people to want to bother to come in and do anything, you know? Especially on, let's say, something like a card game, where unless you already have a group of... I'm trying to think of what is the... Most card games have probably, if I'd have to say, a minimum of what, like 3 players that you need for it to even be worth it. At least for ones that are like fairly... that are like longer enough to where you feel like you're actually doing something. Because clearly there are some like 2-player card games, but they're more, I don't want to call them like kid games, but they're not really a card game in the way that I would consider a card game, because they're way more fast paced. They're like that... Oh god, what's that game? It's I want to say it's called War or something, where the aim is to go really, really fast, which is not particularly interesting to me. So, you know, that would be sort of out of the realm of things that I would be interested in. I think maybe I'll pull these 2 back, then I'll push these 2 forward. You know what? What is my goal here? Oh, wait a minute. No, because I can't go diagonal on these. So I want to... What do I want to do? I don't... I might need to... I think I'm getting ahead of myself. So I think what I need to do is I need to do at least one side first, to get over to these so that I can push them off. I think that's what I need to do. If I do this, it's gonna lock me in, but I can just go around in a circle. There we go. And we're here. I do have to say, I kind of enjoy these little puzzle rooms. Hell. So now you want another one here. can't jump off, so actually, I don't know if this will work. So let's not do that. Instead, we'll use this side. This will work better if I do it in the right order. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now that gets me up here. The problem... 1, 2... No? That does not get me where I need to go. I overcomplicated it. That's why. I need... This needs to come up over here. You know what? But I have the same problem as I do with the other one. Which is, I can't connect these two. Huh. Yeah. What am I missing here? Because this is the only way you could connect. This is the starting point. It has to be. So one. No, that's not gonna do anything for me. Is it? So if I did 1, 2, 3, I've got 1, 2, 3, and then there's a fourth one over here. One, two. I feel like... I definitely feel like I'm missing something obvious. And I just can't seem to grasp what. You know, I wonder if maybe I messed it up from the get-go. So I think this one was here, right? And then that one was there. I suppose rather than pushing it off of the top side, I could have pushed it to the right, but that would have required me to go... I'm gonna... rethink it. Yeah. Let's see what happens. So, I currently have 2 that I could use. Can I... So this can only go here. But then this third one... Yeah, no, see, there's no way to get around it. There's no way to get around it to push it off of this side. Wait, is there not? What if I put it down already with the... all the AI bot stuff. Okay. So if I do one there... Now that just extends my distance of what I gotta reach. So that that doesn't help at all either. Oh wait, but I can pull it. But pulling that once that way is not going to do me anything, right? And now I have two on top of each other, which means that I can't do anything anyway. I'm not going to be pulled out back because that just isn't a thing. Yeah, no, I don't think that's the answer here. So I didn't lock myself out. I'm not seeing the answer. Alright, we'll figure it out. Whoops. So I'll move this a little bit. That way I'm not bumping into the damn thing. But anyway, all that to say about the tabletop sim stuff. It's pretty impressive just how nicely everything works. Like even just making your own little room to do things on your own with. I mean, other than maybe a little bit of screwing around here and there to try to figure out how to... It's like, okay, this table, even though I would like to have, you know, this shape, for some reason the defaults give you stuff that looks like ass. And so you're like, okay, I guess I won't use that. That's fine. And so you end up just using whatever else and making it work. But I don't know. It was just it was impressive to go through and be able to make it, and that's just trying to do a simple 2-deck card game. I've seen a whole bunch of other stuff on there that's a lot more impressive than that. You know? No. I need to be able to knock these two off the damn pedestals. I just don't know how I connect all this stuff up there. Because I don't currently have enough boxes. Right? Yeah, because I can't do that. You know, Nightshade can't do that. I mean, I could certainly have one... Oh. Dumb. No, that still doesn't work. I thought I saw it, but then I realized there's still a gap here that I can't bridge. Unless there's something really obvious that I'm just not seeing. Because you would think... Yeah, because clearly that's not gonna work. So this brings me all the way up here. But that's not enough. If I didn't have this extra one here that I had to use, this would have been perfect. Can't get up there. This is gonna be the first hour of the stream. How embarrassing. Okay. So, what if I did 1, 2, 3. Nope, that uses up just as much. And I can't go on anything from this, right? Like this wouldn't let me on. Yeah. So it has to be, it literally has to be right here. There's no other option. So from this point, you would think that this would be the play. And normally it probably would be. But I can't get anything into this spot because the movement doesn't work. I can't pull it because it squishes me. And only now do I have enough stupid things to be able to do it. If I could, no. So the other option would be, okay, what if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So currently I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh wait, is that literally it? I just have to pull them. I just have to do a straight line to get to the thing. Is that it? I thought I counted that before and it didn't reach. Oh, come on. Well, let's get this one out of here because you're now in the way. I also had a... Okay, yeah, no, so this is gonna work. Had a rethink about my next... I swear to God, are you telling me that I'm stuck again? No. No. I had to rethink about my... Here we go. I think this is good. There we go. Dear Lord. The next game that I feel like streaming. Because for a while, I figured I was gonna do Resident Evil 2. And... shit. I do still want to do Resident Evil 2 at some point. But I'm really, really itching to do... to play Half-Life again. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say maybe May will be my month that I do all of the Half-Life / Portal series. Okay. Well, this is just me being dumb. How do I... okay, here. Here. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Here. Here. I need to... oh boy. Okay, so I think... so pull these back. There we go. Push this forward. Push these back forward. Right. Okay, before I do all this, let me try to get this one into position now. Because this one's also gonna take a little bit of doing. Yeah, so I think May is going to be my month that I do that. And then I'll move on to other stuff. I think I got it. Now, I think I'm gonna need to... I'm gonna need to do this again. Pull this back. Push this back again. Gonna need to do this. Okay. Push this. You're gonna need to go back here. You need to come, like, at least down. Like that. Then pull back. Right, okay. And then up. Over. Here we go. This is the solution. Took about a bajillion years to get there, but we got there. Positively smashing. Okay. Alright, and I can just push this straight off. I guess it doesn't really matter where I push this. Yeah, because I don't actually even really need that. It's just, it's out of the way now. So, we're good. Perfect. Everything's coming up. Mailhouse. some water after that, jeez. I forgot about all these statues.
最終地点に到着。さて、エバーライトを探すとしますか。
本当にここにあるんですかね。
どうしたノーマ？何か見つかったのか？また楽しいことが起こるのかしら？お姉さん、ワクワクしちゃうわ。
怪しいものにはむやみに触るなよ。
ノーマさん？
おいノーマ、もしかして
もう触っちゃったのね。あらあら、大変。今度は何が起こる？私のせいじゃないからね。
どう考えてもお前のせいとしか思えん。
ついには魔物まで呼び寄せたか。
Well, who didn't see this coming?
近づいて戦うの。
これでしのげ。我流祭ニコモン。
近づいて戦うのは危険だ。
レンガ弾
魔人剣剣。近
これ
づいて
でしのげ。
戦うのは。
Let's get rid of this guy first, just so that.
決めてやる。
I wonder why. Is it based on weight? Sometimes that, like, during the Gite, I think some of those did like 16,000 damage. But against this, it's only doing 8,000. It could just also be the defensive properties canceling out whatever damage it might have had.
サンダーブレードレンガ弾。
空烈弾。小型空烈弾。
武者には無慈悲なる白銀の棺を放れる。
Also, actually getting to Half-Life will, of course, be dependent on whenever this game. Who knows? Maybe by the time that this game's done, it'll be June.
俺たちの勝ちだな。
At the rate this is currently going. That one was not even remotely rough compared to some of the other ones we've had issues with.
ノーマさん、不用意にあちこち触れない方が。
エバーなんたらはあったんか？
ごめん、ここじゃないや。
ふざけるな。
私は本気、マジ本気。ほげ。いったー。頭が悪くなる。
大丈夫ですよ。もう絶賛以下にはなりませんから。
ジェボー、ちょっと向こうで二人っきりで話しよっか。
ノーマさん、どうかしたんですか？よーし、次も頑張るぞ。
次があるのか。
当たり前でしょ。いつまで続くのかしら。エバーライトが見つかるまで。それじゃ張り切っていくよ。
どこへですか？
街に決まってるじゃない。私お腹減っちゃったし。そうね、美味しいもの食べたいわ。作戦も練り直しだしね。
やれやれ。立ち直りが早いのはノーマの長所ではあるが、
付き合わされる方の身にも なってほしいものだな。
Huh. So, what made her so sure after checking a couple of things that this was definitely the wrong place? I'm actually curious about what her rationale is. Like, is she looking at markings on the architecture, and that's giving her some sort of clue whether or not? Why would you put 3 of these fucking flower guys in one battle? You're the worst. Ow. Alright, I'm just gonna let you guys handle it now. You can do it, I believe in you. But yeah, I would like to know her rationale. I don't know if it'll actually explain it that deeply. But, I think it would be interesting to know. Especially considering, we don't really know, other than the fact that she has learned the vague art of treasure hunting from her teacher, which could mean a lot of things. Like, clearly she seems to know how to disarm traps sometimes and get, like, into doors. Sometimes she also just does the brute force method and sets them all off at the same time. So, I don't know. I don't know how to feel. It's an abstract kind of feel. Oh, did I get anything interesting this new? Nah. Oh, I used up all those gels. Okay. Oh, it's gonna make me walk back. Disgusting. Maybe on the walk back we'll learn a little bit more about it. I would hope anyway. If we just walk back and I just have to fight more enemies and that's just the thing, that would be a little shitty. That means that I won't be taking any detours because I think I've gotten all the extra chests in this area. Oh, you know what I finished the other day? By the other day, I mean literally yesterday, finally. I finished that Bob Lazar documentary that came out. What was it called? S4. That was interesting, although it definitely was... I was more interested in the first half than I was... Was it? Maybe not the entire second half. Maybe more like the last quarter, a little bit more than a quarter of the documentary. Because I've heard him tell about his experiences and what he saw, but having like the visuals to go with it that they made in I think they made them in Blender, right? Which was interesting. But oh shit, I hope I'm going the right way. That really, I don't know, something about it was really captivating to see as close of 3D rendered approximations of what he saw, or what he said he saw, right? Depends on how you feel about it. But there was a couple of things there that it really, and I don't remember if it, I don't know if it could be because of the, nope, wrong way. it could be because you have the visual aspect of it now with those 3D renderings, but there were a couple of items near whatever parts of the documentary it were that really stretched it for me, that even when he was just like verbally telling the story on whatever interviews that I've heard him on before, like it stretched my believability to a pretty big limit. One of them being he was talking about how there were other aircraft in the base, and one of the and they were very, very different in design to such a point that it seemed a little insane to think that they all worked. And you know what? Maybe they didn't. Maybe some of those were, you know, this is on the presumption that, you know, this is all this stuff that he saw actually was there. But maybe some of those were like prototype ships or something. But in particular, the one that he mentioned and they showed a rendering of based off of the description, which was it was an aircraft that looked like a bunt cake. And so it like literally looked like a jelly mold that was like flat to the ground. And looking at that, I was like, how? So the one that he mostly talked about, which was unless I was misunderstanding, because I'm pretty sure he was mostly talking about the smart model, but I'm pretty sure that's the one that he ended up going into, right? But that, in comparison to the weird jelly mold one, makes a whole lot more sense as an object that you would use for travel. I don't know why you would have the jelly mold one. That doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't know where... I mean, I guess if aerodynamics isn't a thing that you have to care about, then it doesn't matter what it looks like. But something about it just doesn't seem right. Something about it feels weird. Like, that's just not a thing that you would do anyway. And then the other one, which was... So... He said it looked kind of like a top hat. I think this might have been a rendering of a 3D object issue, but there was a couple of shots of it where it literally reminded me of... If you've ever seen the coffee grinder, I think it's like the DF54 or 64, that's what it looked like to me. It looked like that. It looked like the chamber to a coffee grinder, because it was far too angular, and like it looked more like something you would put things in rather than something that you would travel in. That one could have just been a rendering, because then it didn't look quite the same. Okay, I need to go get this guy because he's a fucking piece of shit. Chloe is really having it right now with these guys. I'm not gonna waste any more TP stuff on her. I'm just gonna revive her and she can gain TP in battle if she continues to live, which doesn't seem like she's going to. So yeah, that one could have just been an issue with them taking his descriptions and not quite bringing them to life in a way that made sense. And then from the interview about the documentary that I was listening to, before I watched the documentary. I guess I probably should have did it the other way around, but it doesn't really. I don't give a shit. It sounded like there were times when, like, they wanted to be as faithful as possible to what he saw and what he remembers everything looking like. But there was more than a couple of times where he noticed that things were a little off, but he was like, I don't want to make you change it again. So we're just gonna move on, you know, because we can't be here forever figuring out the minutia of literally everything. Although having the ship look really off, I think would be a big one. However, he did say that it's not like everything was extremely well lit or anything. It was very dark in there, so he could only sort of see them. So maybe how he saw them is not quite as accurate as it could be. But also another problem that I have is that I don't know if I've ever, and this is just a memory issue for me. I don't know if I ever remember him definitively saying before. I mean, I guess he definitely has, because there's even footage of him from the past talking about the Delta mode and the Omicron mode. But even if they saw the test flights, I mean, how, other than the fact that maybe someone wrote it down, the confirmation about the Delta mode and how it like goes, it does like its space travel portions, with all of the emitters working and all of the amplifiers installed. I don't know, that seems like it veers off a little bit into the realm of, like, if we had that much information, wouldn't we already be figuring out how to get to and mine for resources somehow on far distant planets, you know? Even just ones in our solar system, not even like other galaxies and whatever, but just like although I guess the issue would be there's only so much space in there, and even if it can travel like that, the thought is, well, even if a pilot knows how to do that, maybe they couldn't sustain it? Not sustain it. Maybe they couldn't survive it. But then how do you know that that's how it works? Who's the one that figured out that it does pulses to make jumps?
ご飯を食べよう。腹ペコじゃ始まらない。
威勢よく出て行ったにしては空振りだったようじゃの。
うるさいわね。今日のはただの下調べなんだから。
一生下調べで終わらないようにせいぜい気をつけるんじゃな。
だーもう頭くるな。本番はこれからなんだから。じじいはあっち行け。こっち来んな。
そうさせてもらおう。猿と会話できると思われてはかなわん。
なんちゅう仲の悪さじゃ。ワイとギートを見習うべきじゃの。
二人の仲がいいのは認めますけどね。
ノーマさん、どうかしましたか？やっぱご飯パス。今日は疲れちゃったから帰る。ちょっとはしゃぎすぎたかな。 参ったね。じゃあまたね。ノーマンさん、元気がなかったですね。大丈夫でしょうか。エバーライト、どこにあんのよ。人食い遺跡で間違いないと思ったのにな。今日何回失敗したかな。私って才能ないよね。エバーライト見つかるのかな。私に見つけられるかな。私って才能ないのかな。
は？才能だ？何言ってんだ。
師匠は才能の意味も知らないんだ。かわいそうだね。
なんだ？マジで元気ないのか？つまんねえ。ノーマン、イチャイチャしようぜ。
変な表現するな。
さては古国語の勉強が全然はかどってないと見た。
私が古国語勉強してることなんで師匠が知ってるわけ？
かっこ悪い。うわ、ダサ。
もういい、師匠のバカ。
いちいちすねるな。お前と仲良しの子に聞いたんだよ。お金持ちのお嬢のさ。
師匠には言うなって約束したのに。
いやー、口を割らせるのはめちゃくちゃ大変だったぞ。とても言えないような手段をこういくつも使ってだな。
私の友達に何してんのよ。
ちょっとは元気出たか？
出たかも。
ノーマが古国語の勉強を始めたって聞いてな。俺は嬉しくて泣いたよ。鼻水垂らしながらむせび泣いたぞ。
嘘ばっかり。
壁に100回や200回ぶつかったぐらいでグダグダうだうだワンワン言うな。最初から全部理解できたらなんも面白くないだろう。
師匠みたいにバカだったら私も悩まずに済むのにな。
こら殴るぞ。
エバーライトのことだってさ、ずっと失敗続きじゃん。どうして探すのをやめないの？
答えは簡単だ。
学校のみんなも言ってるよ。師匠は頭おかしいって。
実に簡単な答えだ。エバーライトがあると信じているから。
何それ？
わからないなら今はそれでいい。
意味不明だし。
ノーマはなんで古国語の勉強を始めたんだ？
私だって曲がりなりにも師匠の弟子だしさ。
それで？
頼れる弟子になってあげてもいいかなって思ったりもして。なんか返事が適当なんだけど、聞いてる？
見えてる。 俺はこんなに純粋なのに、なんで弟子がこうも口が悪いかね。
もう信じらんない。初めから信じちゃいないけど。
おいおい、それはひどいだろう。
何よ、そもそもの原因は全部師匠じゃん。あの時から師匠を疑うことにしたんだし。
あの時、ああ、あれか。ねえね
笑うな。
まだ根に持ってるのか。執念深いやつだね。
当たり前でしょ。学校でどれだけ恥をかいたか。
確かにあれは傑作だったな。ねえ
笑うな。あんたのせいでしょうが。
まさか本気にするとは思わないだろう。ゆで卵を温めるとヒナが帰るなんてな。バカだ、バカがいるぞ。ここにバカがいるぞ。ねえ
だから笑うな。ムカつく。
毎日服の中に入れて温めるとは思わなかったぞ。腹痛え。笑い泣きで前が見えないよ。
What a he's so insane.
今日という今日は絶対に許さないからね。
ちょっと待て。ブレさんやめろ。ずるいぞ。
消し飛べ
ー。ギャー、やられた。
もっきー、避けるな。ムカつく。
悔しかったらここまで来い。で
私もバカだけど師匠の足元にも及ばないや。へこんでる場合じゃない。よし、明日も頑張るぞ。あー。クーリッチ、起きてくれ。クーリッチ。ダメか。まったく平和そうな顔で寝て。
あれ、クロエ。
急に起きるな。びっくりするだろう。
徐々に起きるのは難しいだろう。
ノーマが私たちを呼んでいる。それで呼びに来た。
エバーライトの続きか。
レイナードの家に集合だ。私は先に行っているぞ。
Does that confirm that he was just pretending to be asleep when Moses came around and he was yelling right in his ear? Because I feel like it does, and that's really funny. What do I want to make? I feel like... Ooh. There we go. I feel like the breads should be saved for the big hitting stuff. It is very cool that we have our own house now. I wonder how many places we're gonna go before we actually cotton on to some sort of real clue about the Everlight. I don't want her to get like really sad over this. You know what? Let's check the Oh, I feel like there's more than there were last time. Am I crazy? Ooh, that's really good. Star mail. A straw equipped with a scope. That's stupid. That's so stupid. Remember, a bad artist blames the brush. You know, it's fun. I laughed at that, but only but opposite what it actually meant. I was thinking it was making the joke that a good artist blames the brush. I thought that was the joke until I read it a second time, and I realized I read it backwards. It would have been funny if it had said... I mean, I still laughed because my brain filled in the blanks for me, but the joke of, oh yeah, good artists blame the brush when their art is bad, rather than, them losing touch. That would have been a pretty funny description too.
よーし、集まったわね。それじゃ氷のモニュメントに行ってみよう。エバーライトが待ってるわ。
場所に間違いはないんだろうな。
任せてよ。泥船に乗ったつもりでいてね。それ沈むと思います。まあ楽しそうね。きっと途中で穴が開いちゃうのね。泥船じゃ協力したくなくなる。
クロエさんの言う通りです。危険を伴うかもしれないわけですから、きちんとした理由を聞かせてくださいよ。
そこにエバーライトがあるからじゃろ。
だから氷のモニュメントにエバーライトがあると思う理由ですよ。
ノーマなりの調査に基づいた明確な根拠があるはずだな。
そりゃあね。目が泳いでいるぞ。ちゃんと話せないのか。
モーゼスさんじゃないんですから、野生の勘では通用しませんよ。
ジェボ、それは皮肉かの。
なあノーマ、エバーライトにこだわる理由を聞かせてくれるってのはどうだ？
No, I want to know where she's getting the info from. Where from? Dear Lord. What is she basing this off of?
何かあるんだろ？それだけ熱心に追い続けるってことは。
ザマラン殿も関係があるんじゃないか。
あと、お前が口にする師匠って人も、スベンってのがその名前だろ？
お兄ちゃん。そこまで言われちゃ仕方ないね。ちょくら昔話でもしよっか。師匠はね、一言で言うと世界一のバカだった。バカだったけど一緒にいて 楽しい人だった。すっごく感謝もしてる。言葉なんかじゃ足りないくらいにね。私さ、子供の頃ちょっとばっかし荒れてたのよ。仲の悪い両親にきっと構ってほしかったんだね。子供なりの抵抗ってやつでさ、ほとんど家出状態だった。
家出なのは今も同じじゃん。
I was gonna say.
あの頃は世界の全部が敵だーって感じだった。大人とか社会とかいろいろなものを信じられなくなってた。師匠とはそんな時に出会ったわけ。私も無茶だったけど、師匠はさらに上を行ってた。私がブレスを使えると知ると、すぐさま上級学校に入学させたんだよ。一般市民の私じゃ絶対に通うことのない学校だったのにさ。大した稼ぎもないくせに学費全部払ってくれて。
大陸の上級学校ともなれば学費はかなりの額になるんだがな。
師匠ってバカだったからさ。そのバカな師匠がエバーライトを探してたんだ。
ノーマは師匠の意志を継いでいるわけか。
なとこ。半分以上今作った話だけど、こんな感じでいい？
作り話か。真面目に聞いたワイがアホじゃった。涙までこらえてしもた。
You can't manipulate Moses like that. He's too easily swayed by emotion.
モスケ、単純。よーし、それじゃあ氷のモニュメントに行ってみよう。
She still didn't say what she's basing it off of, though.
そうだな。
お兄ちゃん。
こういうの乗りかかった船って言うんだろ。
泥船みたいですけどね。
モニュメントに行くにはまず灯台。
本当に作り話だったと思うか？
ノーマにとって師匠のスベンって人が大切な存在なのはよく分かった。それだけでいいんじゃないか。
うん、そうかもしれないな。
話をしている時のノーマさん、すごく優しい感じがしたものね。
I'm pretty sure Senel has sort of cottoned on to the fact that that clearly wasn't her line. She just did that to screw around with everybody a little bit. I'm going the wrong way. I know I'm going the wrong way. Because that's the plaza. I'll take the scenic route. I'll go the wrong way around. Oh, wait a minute. This is... nice. Okay. You know what was worse about... bring about the stupid food experiment yesterday. Even worse is when something smells amazing. And you're like, oh man, that smells great. It's gotta taste good, right? Then it's like, no. No, it really doesn't. Something can smell good all at once. Yeah, as soon as you put it in your mouth, you're just... gross. Ew. Oh, hey, you know what? I haven't tried to open this. Since... Nope, it's locked. It doesn't matter. Okay. You know what? I don't remember. Oh boy. I don't remember which part of the map the ice continent is in. So Earth was immediately to the left of the beach that makes you old.
やる気ねな。
ほらそこシャキッとする。
So, if that's... Maybe it was down. So, maybe not that one. Oh boy, I love just running around collecting enemies. I haven't seen these little egg guys in a while. Ow. They're really a pain to fight. Ooh. Because they're so short. Oh, I didn't realize my thing was off. Whoops. Well, can't do anything about it now. Oh my god, he didn't get hurt from that rolling stone because he was already on the ground. That's terrible. Alright, let's fix our formation, shall we? Actually. There we go. That's what I want. Alright, fingers crossed that this is actually where I needed to go. I feel like this is the one. Because if it's not this one, then it's the one to the right of the beach that makes you old. Ow. Ow. I wonder why Zamoran feels the need to come and, like, dissuade her from finding this thing. Is it just because Sven... Actually, how did Sven die? Did she ever say? Did he die in the pursuit of it? Like, he came across something he couldn't handle and so it killed him? Or did he just ended up passing away in the middle of the search due to something else, like he got sick or something? Because, like, clearly he wasn't all that old in those flashbacks, and she's not that much older now, so it's not like he probably died from old age. That wouldn't make any sense. And Zamoran's still here, so can't be that. Do I have Panacea? I do, right? Do. Although I guess I don't really need to use it. I could just use his thing. There we go. So either he got sick or he actually died in the middle of... Well, this isn't it. Shit. Did I not go far enough down and to the right? I thought I went pretty far down and to the right. Yeah, maybe he just doesn't want another person to pass away looking for this stupid thing. But I feel like in the end it has to be real, right? Or he's already found it and it's not what he expected. Although, wouldn't you just tell somebody that? Even if it crushes their dreams, where they're like, oh, well, we found... There's no denying that this is the Everlight, other than the fact that it doesn't do what we thought it was gonna do. God fucking damn it. There we go. Actually, no, that doesn't make any sense either, because nobody knows what it looks like. All we know is what it does, right? So actually, that doesn't make any sense, because you would have to... No, this has to be the one that's down and to the right. So it's gotta be... I must have to go up and to the right then. So the only reason you would know you found it is if you used it and it did what everyone, all the legends say that it did. Okay, so it's probably not that. I'm guessing it's just he's trying in his own annoying way to avoid people losing their lives over something that he is now convinced just doesn't exist. Or has been convinced doesn't exist for a long time now. Let's hope that I'm going the right way this time. Ow. You know what so I was checking out some of the YouTube recommends this morning to see if there was anything that I actually wanted to save to watch later. And I see that some people are I don't know if there's a resurgence due to something new coming out, or if there's, I don't know, just a bunch of people had a hive mind thought to hey, we should go and play the original Luigi's Mansion, because that's a good game. And it is. It's a great game. But it reminded me of how when I played that game back in the day, way back, I think I got... It feels crazy to think about now. I got, you know, to whatever part of the game that I got to, and I got frustrated by something, because something was just being a pain in the ass, and I was getting frustrated, and I was like, you know what, screw this, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna go do something else. And then I did that for 6 months. I just left it alone. Probably one of the longest times that I dropped a game as a kid, anyway. Because clearly now it's a little bit easier to do that, even just sort of by accident. Okay, yeah, this has got to be the right one. Because now I have to work. But as a kid who didn't really, the only things that I ever had to do were, school and homework, and half the time I didn't do the homework anyway. For me to drop something for that long and not come back to it, like, I don't know what the hell I was doing in the meantime, but, like, it wasn't that. And at some point, I just remembered, you know what? I should go play that again. I haven't done that in a while. And I had stopped 30 minutes before the end of the game. Whatever part I got stopped at, once I got past that, there was 30 minutes left, and then the game was over. Shortest gaming session of my life. Probably. I played Flash games for longer than that. So yeah, remembering that's pretty funny.
エバーライトの匂いがプンプンするわね。ここで絶対完璧に間違いないわ。
ギート、何か匂うか？ギートは匂わん言うちょるぞ。
トラップがなければいいですね。
あったとしても引っかかるのはモーゼスさんでしょうけど。
なしてじゃ。
人食い遺跡での失敗を踏まえ慎重に行くぞ。ノーマ、考えなしに先に進むなよ。
なにそれ、まるで私が前に何かしたみたいじゃん。
しただろ。
そうだっけ？
そうだ。
まあいいか。
よくない。
よーし、エバーライトを見つけるぞ。あー！全然聞いてないですね。あ
ー。わい、めちゃくちゃ不安になってきた。
Gruda's the only one who joins in with her. So sad. What the hell was in this one? Oh yeah, that's right. This one was mostly just making sure you don't get hit by spikes. You know, I think I'm gonna use a holy bottle at the beginning of this. Look at the little mushrooms. I love the little mushrooms. They're my favorite enemy in the game, I think. Although I know part of that is it's baiting my nostalgia for old MapleStory. Huh, so okay, there are multiples of those. You know what, maybe I won't actually. Maybe I'll do it in the other room when I'm running around getting all the now unopened chests again. Also, you know what's funny? You would think, since we've already been through these areas, why would they still have traps triggered? Or untriggered? Because we've already, we've already combed through these areas when we were doing the quote-unquote main plot. So why is it that going back to these, we'd be like, okay, make sure you don't run into any traps. It's like, you mean that we'd somehow miss the first time? I mean, I know that now I guess we're touching more things because we're trying to find the Everlight. So maybe we're, there's a possibility that we start triggering things that before we just ran past because we were in a hurry. I suppose that could be the rationale behind that. No, with your stupid... I hate the dragons. Mostly just because of that peck attack that they do. Are you using freeze on a freeze dragon? Do not. Yeah, that one. That attack. I hate it. Ow. Stop it. Oh, yeah, what? Okay. Well, he was 2 seconds away from being dead anyway, so... Having 2 healers on the team is great. However, when they both hear me... There we go. Hear me. Really having an issue talking lately. Ooh. Purple chest, purple chest, purple chest. I feel like I already had one of those. It's kind of funny when I hit the button too early and he punches the air, and it's just like he whiffs it. That's kind of what it looks like to me. It's like he misjudged the distance by so radical a degree that... It's pretty cool when he does that indignation attack. He says it with a degree of authority, especially when it's in Japanese like that. That's pretty cool. Uh-huh. Yeah. Do not, thank you.
特に変わったところは見当たりませんけど。
これだから素人はダメなのよ。なるほどね。
何がなるほどなんだ？何しとんじゃ？
今何か音がしませんでしたか？
我らなしてワイを見るんじゃ？よやケツに刺さった。
Look, they did it for comedic effect, but considering how big that ice thing was, if this was fucking, I don't know, Venture Bros, that would have killed him. That would have, like, impaled him and he would have been dead.
あれ？おかしいな。隠し部屋への通路が出てくるはずなのに。
うわ！シャバンネズめ！ケツの穴が2つになったらどうしてくれるんじゃ？
今度はうまく避けてくださいね。
なんでワイを見て言うんじゃ？
壁を蹴ったわけでもないのにトラップが発動したぞ。
なるほど。 この部屋の床全部がトラップの起動スイッチになっていますね。
ノーマが壁を蹴ったのが原因か？
ええ、おそらく。皆さんは動かないでください。今から一つ実験をしてみましょう。モーゼスさん、早く立ってください。実験台がいなくちゃ話になりませんから。
我の
ほら、
ほらじゃがいも。
モーゼスちゃん大人気ね。
I don't know what you mean by that.
ある意味すごいです。
もう嫌じゃ。帰りたい。わいは帰りたい。ケツが増える前に帰りたい。
どうするんだ？このまま立ち尽くしていても事態の改善にはならないぞ。
一気に走り抜けるしかないだろう。
そうと決まれば奥の手を使いましょう。モーゼスさん、男の見せ所ですよ。
おう、割とギートの出番じゃろ。で、何をすりゃええんじゃ。
おとりになってください。
なれるか。わいは先に逃げるぞ。お、
床が反応しませんね。どうやら品切れみたいです。
わいのケツの勝ちじゃ。
お前いいやつだな。
So, for what it's worth, she is very good at finding these weird, switches in places that you never would have expected and having them go off. Because clearly, who would think that kicking a wall would turn on, like, the security feature? That would be weird for anybody to assume. I'm gonna use this. Because I'm gonna be doing a lot of just running back and forth with these chests. I can't carry another lemon gel, but I can use one. Like on you. There we go. And I can use this on you. And to be fair, also, now I think about it, she is the only one that figured out how to turn on the consoles when we were in here the first time by kicking the consoles. Probably there's a way to do it without kicking it, but she was able to turn them on every single time. So, regardless of whatever other other failures you can saddle her with, you know, that like maybe she's not quite the treasure hunter that, you know, she wants to be. She at least knows how to get technology to do what she wants it to do. One way or another. What do the syrup bottles do again? Okay. I don't think I'll ever use those. Because if they're gonna lower my attack, it just doesn't seem like it's gonna... I don't feel like that's worth it. Ooh. What is that? Ooh, hey, look at that. Who could use that? Technically, he could. It would just be terrible. Eh. So really, it's not actually all that useful. Well, you know what? Hold on. I'm wrong. I didn't check everybody. No, yeah, it's just not as good as anything that I currently have. All right. Hey, more black mist.
ここにも黒い霧の魔物が。
なんだってこんなとこにいんのよ。私の邪魔をするな。
見過ごすわけにはいかん。片付けるぞ。
あの霧、私知ってるような。何か思い出したんですか？何だったかしら。前にも見たような気がするのよね。今まで散々見てますけど。
みんな霧の様子に注意しろ。何か変だぞ。
あ。
あれは。
どこで見たのかしら。思い出せそうで思い出せないわね。
グリューネさんのおかげで緊張感がなくなっていきますね。
恐るべしグネキン。
So these little guys always fuse, right? Yeah, okay, and it turns into this like weirdo. Oh dear lord. Yeah, see, that one was 16K. Not that it, you know. It would be super great if you healed me, but it doesn't seem like you're going to, so I guess I'm gonna heal myself. Oh my god. And then they both use it on... You're silly. You're being silly. Okay, well. It's fine. It was a calculated move, but man, am I bad at math, and it doesn't matter. They keep healing the same person rather than like staggering it. That's a little bit not great for the AI. Ow. No. Thank you. Ow. Ow. Wow, they're really... I think this is the worst I've ever seen them. Like, I've had them double heal somebody before, but this one's really bad. I wonder if it's this enemy in particular doing so much damage so explosively at once.
Katasuita.
輝きの泉の時と同じでしたね。
別の魔物を変身させるとは。
不思議よね。さーて、エバーライトはどっこかな。ここ何かある。
下手に手を出すな。
素人じゃないんだから安心しなさいってば。ウィルッチって心配性。
心配性にもなりますよね。
今度しくじったら容赦せんぞ。ワイのケツもええ加減限界じゃ。
なるほどね。この奥か。これがこっちで、それがこうってことはここにあった。いやいや、待ちなさいよ。これは素人が陥りやすいフェイクね。大丈夫でしょうか。とすればこの辺りにもあった。ここを押せば。
ノーマ、慎重にな。
私が失敗するわけないじゃん。
言葉に説得力がないな。
みんな用意はいい？いくよー。
まずい、伏せろ。
しょうぜ。なんちゅう傷じゃ。
早く回復を。
傷は治したか。
どういうことだ。相変わらず苦しそうだぞ。
これは毒物の症状ですね。
すぐに解毒しないと。
そんな、何をやっても治らないなんて。
かなり毒性が強いみたいですね。
ノーマの左腕を見ろ。小さなつららが刺さっている。
くそ、そのせいか。
毒物の鑑定に使えるはずだ。つららは布に包んで持ってろ。ここでこれ以上の処置は無理だ。急いで町に戻るぞ。
Wow. Which also means that if anybody dies on the way back, I have to use a life potion, or we're not getting them back. So hopefully that doesn't turn into an issue. How much you want to bet that the thing that gets stuck in her is the Everlight? And what I was thinking about before, she finds out it's not what she thought it was. You know what I've never actually played, even though a lot of people seem to really enjoy them, is the Dragon Quest games. I wonder if I should try that at some point. Something about them never really interested me. especially around the time that I was seeing them come out and they were like available in, you know, blockbusters and whatever. But I don't know, maybe I should just go give them a shot. Although, if I was gonna do another RPG on stream again, which I'm definitely going to, because I love RPGs, even if, you know, I understand there's a reason why there's probably a very decent amount of people who don't stream RPGs, is because they can get a little samey. But I feel like it's a good opportunity to, because you're gonna have a mixture of stuff. It's not just gonna be all game all the time. You're gonna have cutscenes, and then, you know, if you whoops, ow, I wasn't paying attention. Ow, can you fuck off? Okay, so these are just going really fast now compared to what they were before. Fucking really? I can't believe that shit. Get out of here with your bitch ass. That kind of pisses me off. So I can't even be on the same square. It's not even just a proximity thing as far as like the radius that I can see. If I'm on the square at all, it'll get me. Good to know. I feel like that's not how this was operating before. I swear I've run through that square as it was like just barely coming up behind me, and it was perfectly fine because I wasn't actually touching any of the animation that was happening. Maybe I was just getting lucky. That would be insane. That both the last time I went through here and this time going through the one way, I was just getting lucky each time. Also, we really just ganked those guys. That was crazy. But anyway, yeah, you have like a good mixture of stuff when you're playing an RPG. And at least, and this is gonna depend on the kind of community people end up fostering or whatever, right? So sometimes it ends up being, you know, people are gonna do what works, which is why I don't, you know, I'm just doing the things that make me happy and that are fun, because that's the kind of thing that I want to foster if I ever get anything. And if I don't, then these will just stand as their own little archival records of, hey, I went through games, you know? So that's perfectly fine for me. But, you know, if you have a community, then in between the cutscenes, when you're doing gameplay, and it's not ones where you have to really lock in, and you're just kind of like going through the motions like we're doing now, just because it's making me walk back again. You have time to just sort of shoot the shit, you know, and in theory craft, and, you know, figure out, alright, I wonder where this is going, or, you know, that last scene was crazy, I wonder, you know, why this is happening this way, or I can't believe that's what he said about her. Sorry, that was a very old reference. No one's gonna get that. But you know, I think there's a lot of interesting things that go with that. It just, you have to. Clearly, it's gonna be sort of a niche thing, but you know, the internet is huge. There's literally millions of people every single day looking for whatever thing they're enjoying. You know, I don't think there's like any one thing that just never works ever. It's just a matter of people ending up, you know, finding their way to what that is. Yeah, no, I'm concerned too. And now I don't have to think about it. I can just run right to the middle. Because I know where the middle is. Actually, why don't I have a map here? Did I always not have a map for the Quiet Lands? Wow. Have I fought this before? The coloring on this dragon is pretty neat. Wow.
インディグネーション我流祭これで信玄
キュ
ありがとうシャリーレンガ弾キュアレンガ弾何か狙ってるのかレンガ弾
何をするつもりだ。
レンガ弾レンガ弾レンガ弾
剣舞
アンチシェルター
シュー魔人剣
レンガ弾天かける先行の道しるべよ何が来るかわからん目をそらすなインディグネーション援護し
ますシュー魔人剣
これです
キュア
Yeah, I think... maybe... No, maybe I'm wrong. Because I'm pretty sure they just double cured on, again. Let's see, are they gonna do it again? They did, they literally did. So, I feel like they weren't having this issue as much before, but now they are. They both decide to proc cure at the same time, no matter what. If they feel like someone needs it, and they always choose the person with the lowest health. And so there's like an overlap that happens. I swear it wasn't happening that much before. Is it because I changed the AI on Shirley? Is that the problem? Is this my fault? This might be my fault. I'm not... I mean, it would be nice if they made sure to spread it out a little bit. But, you know.
おや慌ててどうかしたのかな
オルコット殿ノーマを見てやってほしい。
これは厄介な毒物にやられているな。
解毒薬を作ってくれないか。毒ならこの布にもついている。
病院に戻って調べてみよう。
ありがとうございます。
彼女は落ち着ける場所に休ませた方がいい。
寝床の宿屋に連れて行ったらどうじゃ。
しばらくベッドの上での生活になる。その方がいいだろう。
そうしよう。ウィルたちはノーマを頼む。俺とクロエで病院に行く。
分かった。
病院に行こう。
And then we have, like, happy night music. I'm still convinced that that's Stingle. Which, having him help one of our friends, and then eventually finding out that that is Stingle, is going to be... That's going to be an interesting conundrum for Chloe. Because clearly... he had his reasons for, you know, doing some of the things that he did. He's not, like, cartoonishly evil, like Mauritz is or was, and then we just let him continue to be around as a, you know, position of authority. I still don't understand why that's a thing.
何かあったんですか？そんなことが。
すぐに始めよう。
解毒薬が作れるといいんだが。
お父さんに作れない薬はありません。だからきっと大丈夫です。
エルザはオルコット殿を心から信頼してるのだな。
だって私のお父さんですから。
どうなんだ？
安心したまえ。毒物の種類も特定できた。ちょうど必要な薬草も揃っている。エルダ、外の花壇から
黄色い葉を取ってくればいいのね。
私も手伝おう。何かしていないと落ち着かない。
大丈夫なんだよな？
落ち着かないのは君も同じようだね。私に任せてくれたまえ。薬ができたぞ。持って帰って飲ませてやるといい。
ずいぶん早かったな。
エルザも手伝ってくれたからな。
ありがとう、エルザ。
お役に立てて嬉しいです。
解毒薬を飲めばすぐに良くなる。だが安心はしないでくれ。厄介な特性を持った毒なんだ。なかなか体から抜けきらず、何度か症状がぶり返す。熱や苦痛が和らいでもしばらくは安静にしておくことだ。
分かった。伝えておく。
ノーマのいる宿屋に急ごう。
Poor Norma. Also, you know what? Is Stingle also looking for the Everlight? Because if this can grant wishes, supposedly, what he would definitely want that to help his daughter. Hmm.
Synergy! どうしちゃった？
薬をもらってきた。ノーマの容体は？
今はシャーリーがついている。早く行ってやれ。
What is Grun doing?
だいぶ安定してきました。熱も下がったみたいです。
薬が効いたんじゃの。これでもう安心じゃ。
いや、実はそうでもない。
オルコットさんの話だと何度かぶり返しが来るらしい。その度に薬を飲ませないと治らないんだそうだ。
しばらくはベッドの上で安静にしていろってことですね。
これに懲りて無茶せんかったらええんじゃがの。
ノーマちゃん大丈夫かしら。あんなに張り切っていたのにね。体は元気になっても心はね。
今回は助かったからええが、次もうまくいくとは限らん。探索を続けるのは無理じゃろ。
Grun is saying exactly what I'm thinking. I'm very, very worried about her like cracking under the weight of multiple failures. I feel like it was giving me a little bit of anxiety with the back and forth between Will and Harriet. This one I feel like is even worse. Something about it is really tugging at my heart in a way that is making me super anxious for her, and I want it to turn out okay, which I'm sure it will. but shit.
不本意ですけど、僕もモーゼスさんと同意見ですね。まあ、探す以前にエバーライトが存在するかどうかが問題なんですけど。
大陸の研究機関も調査を放棄してるって言ってたよな。
存在しないのであれば、いくら探しても見つかるはずがない。
ないと言われるものだから探すことに執念を燃やすのかもしれない。
どういうこっちゃ。
何かを探求するということは常に未知へと向かうということだ。誰かの後を追うのでなければ自分が道を作っていくしかない。
それはわかりますけど。
エバーライトの存在に関する議論はひとまず置いておこう。俺たちが考えるべきなのはこれからどうするかだ。
僕はここで手を引くべきだと思います。
俺もジェイと同意見だ。
ノーマも今回のことでいろいろ思うところが出てくるだろう。それを尊重するべきじゃないか。
誰かに言われてやめるくらいならとっくに諦めはついてるはずだ。俺たちが何を話し合ったところでノーマ自身の結論が出るわけじゃない。ノーマの様子を見てくる。
待って、私も行く。お兄ちゃん、これ。
あのバカ、窓から出て行ったのか。
私たちの話聞いてたのかな。
やけに使い込まれたノートだな。シャーリー、これ見てくれ。
あ、うん。これ母国語？こんなにすごいお兄ちゃん。
訳が書いてあるけど正しいのか。
ほとんど合ってる。
ちょっと待ってくれ。母国語を読めるのは水の民だけだろ。
そのはずだけど。
いや、今はノーマを探すのが先だな。
みんなに知らせなくちゃ。
ノーマがいなくなった。ビル、これを見てくれ。
まさかこれを全部ノーマが。あいつは母国語を理解しているのか。大陸の研究機関ですらこれの半分も解析してないのだぞ。それを独学でこんなにも。
人食い遺跡に行ったのも氷のモニュメントに行ったのにも解析に基づいた理由があったわけですね。
エバーライトの探索にノーマはそれだけ真剣だったわけか。
これだけの成果があるなら根拠を聞いた時に教えてくれればよかったんですよ。
口数は多いくせに肝心なことを話さないとは。
ノーマさん頑張っていたんですね。努力しているところを隠しながら。
あいつに協力してやれるのは俺たちだけだ。
おう、その通りじゃ。
まずはノーマを見つけることだ。手分けして探すぞ。
Oh, jeez.
またやっちゃったな。私本当にダメだね。何にトラップの一つも解除できないでこんな大怪我までしちゃってさ。私何やってんだろう。師匠、私何やってんだろうね。本当に何や。師匠、私なんでうまくいかないのよ。
ほら落ち着け。トラップの解除は冷静にだ。
師匠に解除できて私にできないのが納得できない。
なんじゃそりゃ。
よし、今度はあっちに行ってみよう。
バカ、そっちは。爆発のやばい、許して
やっぱりこっちかな。
ノーマ、頼む。日頃バカにしてるのは謝る。ってあれ、ノーマ。落ちるのは嫌。ママ
やっぱりあっちだ。
待て待て、そっちはダメだ。ノーマ、おい、しっかりしろノーマ。
昔のまんまだ。全然成長してないじゃん。ほんとシャレになってないや。師匠、シャレになってないよ。氷のモニュメントにもなかったんだよ。エバーライトどこにあるのかな。師匠、私怖くなってきた。エバーライトはあるのかな。絶対に諦めない自信あったけど今はもうわからないよ。わからないんだよ。私どうすればいいの。師匠の見た夢を私も追いかけてみたけどもうダメかもしんない。信じ続けるの辛いよ。辛すぎるよ。私頑張ったよね。いっぱい頑張ったよね。もういいよね。頑張ったからもういいよね。やめてもいいよね。信じるのやめてもいいよね。ねえ師匠、いいって言ってよ。もう一人で信じるのは辛いよ。辛いんだよ。
疲れたのなら諦めればよい。責める者は誰一人としておらぬ。
師匠も許してくれるかな。
ああ、許そう。
かった。よかった。私もうボロボロだもん。だからおやすみ。
子に永遠の安らぎを与えよう。
どうだ、いたか？
どこにもおらん。
町の外じゃないだろうな。
ノーマは毒の特性を知らない。このままだと危険だ。
宿を抜け出してから時間も経ちましたしね。
早く見つけないと。
何かあったのかな？慌てているようじゃが。
それが。
なるほど、そういうことか。昔からトラップの解除は下手じゃったからの。
ノーマの行き場所に心当たりはありませんか？町の中は探したのですが、どこにもいないんです。
スベンの墓に行ったんじゃろ
う。墓地か。確かにそこは探してない。
急いで墓地に向かうぞ。
No one thought to look at the graveyard? The one place that she seems to have went to multiple times in the past? And has someone she cares about interred there? Come on, guys. Come on. Also, like, what's the time frame for being able to get to her? In like, cause I mean, I don't know how long it would take for this mystery villain to, I assume, kill them because the eternal sleep, right? But that was like last night or early this morning, whatever. And it's been hours. We might have lost Norma forever by this point. We probably haven't. Probably. But it wouldn't surprise me if that was like a thing that was considered. But God, that would be sad. Especially when everyone's looking for her, because now we see all of the effort that she's put in, and she's not just like blindly throwing out, like she's got some shit behind this. It would have been nice if she had said something.
こんなところに黒い霧が。
見間違いじゃなさそうだな。
ワイの目にも見えたわ。
これは毒物の影響がまた。
ノーマさん、しっかりしてください。
薬はどうした？
持ってきている。よし、呼吸が落ち着いてきた。
今のうちに宿屋に戻ろう。
We're making her walk. We're not just gonna carry her. Come on, guys. Someone just pick her up. She can't be that heavy.
Norma, 無理をするな。私の肩に捕まるんだ。
もういいよ。
何がいいんだよ。そんなフラフラしてるくせに。
もういいの？
よくないだろう。
もうエバーライトなんていいや。
ノーマ。
もうやめにするの。エバーライトなんてどうだっていいんだから。
本気で言ってるのか？
今までずっと頑張ってきたじゃないですか。頑張っちゃいないって。そんなの嘘です。
部屋にあったノート見せてもらった。
そっかそっか、バレちゃったか。
古国語の勉強をしてたんだな。
驚きましたよ。文章を理解できるほどに古国語を独学で解析してるんですから。
エバーライトを探し出すためにノーマは努力をしてきたんだな。言葉では表現しきれないほどの努力を。
自分でもおかしいって思うくらい勉強したからね。眠い目をこすりながらいつも古国語のことばかり考えた。一つ言葉がわかるたびに嬉しくて泣きそうになった。師匠に近づいてるって感じることができたから。けど全部無駄だったんだよね。
そんなことはないだろう。
どれだけ勉強しても、どれだけ役が正しくても、そんなの何の意味もない。分かったようなこと言わないでよ。ノーマさん、エバーライトが存在しなければ何の意味もないんだから。
あまり興奮すると毒の回りが速くなるぞ。
勉強なんてやる必要なかったじゃん。どうせりっちゃんに頼めば正しく訳してもらえるんだしさ。
自分でやることに意味があったんじゃないのか。
いろいろな遺跡を回って調べた文章全部りっちゃんに訳してもらえるのに、私はしなかったんだよ。どうしてだと思う？自分の力でやり遂げたかったから？そんなの全然違う。怖かったんだよ。答えを知るのが怖かっただけなんだよ。私の間違いを間違いだって言われたくなかったんだよ。不安だったんだよ。本当のことを知るのが怖かったんだよ。信じてるものが壊れてしまうのが怖かったんだよ。エバーライトは存在しないって言われるのが怖かったんだよ。もう疲れちゃった。信じることにも頑張ることにも。
それでいいのか？本当にやめていいのか？
いいよ、もうやめる。
我の根性はそんなもんと違うじゃろ。
今ここで諦めるくらいなら古国語の解析などできなかったはずです。
ノーマさんは本当にそれでいいんですか？いいって言ってるでしょ。
だったら俺は何も言わない。けどな、それでお前は後悔しないで生きていけるのか？今日のこと、今までのこと、後悔しないで生きていけるのか？大切な思い出を大切なままにしておけるのか？過去を投げ捨てたくなるようなそんな後悔、悲惨なだけだぞ。
だからほっといてよ。私だって不安になったりするんだよ。バカみたいに騒いでるだけじゃ忘れられないことだってあるんだか
なんじゃ、騒がしいと思ったら猿が泣き言を漏らしておったか。
初めから逃げ出したじじいに文句なんか言われたくない。
死ぬ前に夢から覚めたんじゃ。大バカ者のスベンよりは幾分か利口だったようじゃの。
師匠を悪く言うな。
夢を諦めたお前がスベンの何を語るつもりじゃ。ひたすらに夢だけを信じた男の何を語るつもりじゃ。スベンを語る資格がお前にはもうないじゃろうて。
私は
エバーライトなど所詮は夢物語に過ぎん。探求する対象にはなりえん。絵に描いたパンは食えんのじゃよ。
師匠だけは、師匠の夢だけは絵に描いたパンダなんて言わせない。私が証明してやるわよ。
待てノーマ。
世話のかかるやっちゃな。ジェボ、追いかけるぞ。
私も行こう。
ノーマの扱いに慣れてますな。
いやいや、わしはダメじゃな。止めに来たつもりが尻を叩いてしもうた。
それはわざとでしょう。ノーマの頑張りをあなたが認めてあげれば、この場ですんなり諦めたはずです。よくやったと言ってあげれば、羽を休めることを選んだでしょう。それがノーマのためになるとは思えませんがね。
あの子にはわしやスベンのように傷ついてほしくはないんじゃよ。
その目、もしかして。
遺跡の調査中に事故があっての、それで光を失ったんじゃ。
スベンさんも
エバーライトの探索から戻ってこんかった。わしが遺跡船に来たのはノーマを連れ帰るためだったんじゃ。じゃが心配だの一言がなかなか口から出なくての。気がつけば売り言葉に買い言葉じゃ。
それはノーマも一緒なんじゃないか。
ノーマの姿に戸惑ったのかもしれん。遺跡船に来て本当に驚いたわい。まるで昔のスベンのようじゃった。ひたすらに夢を信じて前に向かって突き進む姿を見ての。
俺の知る限りノーマはいつだってあんなだった。
危険を恐れていては真実に近づくことはできない。スベンにそう教えたのはわしじゃったはずなのに。
いい言葉ですね。
いつの間にか保身に走り道を見失っていたようじゃ。光を失い年を取り臆病になったのかもしれん。
セノジ、シャボン娘が街の中におらん。
She was like 20 feet in front of you. How did you lose her?
どうやら外に出たらしい。心当たりはないか？
おそらく水晶の森じゃ。
どうしてわかる？
スベンはエバーライトに対する一つの答えを出しておった。あやつが最後に向かい戻ってこなかったのが水晶の森なんじゃ。
私たちがノーマと初めて出会ったのも水晶の森だったな。
さてはあの時も調査をしていたわけか。
おそらく今までも 何度となく訪れているじゃろう。いくら他のところを回っても結局あの場所へ回帰するはずじゃ。
よし、すぐに向かおう。
どうかあの子を頼む。
任せろ。ノーマは俺たちの仲間だ。
That was really sad. I feel like failure is one of those things that is hard to find the best way to word this. It's hard to comfort someone about because yeah, you like it's going to happen no matter what to basically everybody. But when it happens multiple times in a row, I guess I'll check the weapon and armor shop just in case. When it happens multiple times in a row, especially on like the same thing, it makes it difficult to really say anything to anybody because, you know, someone can fail at something once and you're like, yeah, that happens, but you know, you'll do better next time. But if it continues to happen over and over and over again, oh, hey. What do you say? Because you know, you don't want to tell someone that maybe they're just not cut out for something if it's something that they really love. Or something that they really believe in and want to get better at, you know, whatever that might be. But it's definitely difficult. It's difficult to reconcile, I think. I like how that says that it's... Well, I mean, I guess it is technically an upgrade for some people, but it's not, like, actually the best. I'll leave it. Maybe it'll turn into something at the whatever shop. Really, I should just call it the Moogle shop. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I had to try to comfort somebody who just couldn't seem to hack it at something, and it was multiple failures after a row, some of them like really bad, not even just, yeah, I didn't do, you know, I didn't do well this time, but it was like pretty catastrophic failures. You know, sort of like this was, where not only did she, Christophorus, let's go. Not only did she seem to read some of the inklings that she had wrong based off of the translation she was doing, but then she got hurt on top of it because apparently she's just no good at disarming traps. Really good at setting them off, but not good at disarming them.
どうじゃ、シャボン娘の匂いはするか。当たりのようじゃな。
毒のことが心配だ。急いでノーマを探そう。
You know what? And I've even had, do you mean up here? Do you literally mean up here? I mean, he was pointing this way. So I remember way back in the day. Yeah, jeez. Okay. I was trying to go for this, like, computer certification, right? And this was pretty early on. I wasn't even, like... It was, like, preparations for maybe figuring out a career in the future. And the thought was, like, I do like, I like working with computers. I like putting together computers. I've always put together my own. Except for recently, which is more of a space and convenience thing. I usually still get my own parts, but the last time that I needed to do an upgrade, I ended up just getting someone else to do it. And also for the cable management, which I recognize I am no good at that. That I'm terrible at. But, regardless of that, there's also, like, whatever, I've used computers basically since I was, ever since I had access to one, which was fairly young. But I remember going through all of the study material. There were like 2 different tests that you had to do. One of them was this sounds wrong, but one was like a theoretical and one was like a practical, right? So, and they were both, it's not like you had to like do anything physical for the practical one, but it was like practical answers to things versus the theoretical, just like, like, oh, why does, how does this work? Or, whatever. It was like, okay, if you have this problem, how do you fix it? Or what is the call for, going through the steps on how you would figure out how to fix it? Because, like, one of the things they first mention, which is, also just like a common sense thing, but it's a good rule to live by, is like when you have a problem with a system, you go from least invasive to most invasive. Because, you're not going to rip out all the guts and do all the stuff when possibly it's just as simple as something that you don't have to tear a whole system apart for, clearly. That's mostly common sense, but, sometimes there's a lot of people who don't have the common sense to think that way, and so they just go, okay, well, here, let me just take this all apart, and then I'll replace this, and then see what happens, and then they're like, well, I didn't fix it. And it's like, well, yeah, you jumped into, like, step 7 of, however many different steps that you want to do. Anyway, point of this is that I actually ended up, I failed it on 1 test out of 2. The first one I got okay, and then the second one I failed. And so, had to wait a little bit and had to do more studying, particularly on those portions for that test. And keep in mind, you have to pay like however many couple hundred bucks or whatever to do the stupid test. And then I do it again after like however, like 3 months or something like that of like extra studying and the time it takes to, for another one to come up. And the fucking score went even lower. Somehow more studying, and it went, so like the first one, apparently I only got close by like chance. And I can't tell you how badly that shot my confidence right into the fucking core of the earth. And because it's a thing that you're paying money to do, you're not just doing this for free. You're paying money because, you are supposed to be able to keep that as like a thing for your resume for however, long. I'm just throwing money away. And so at that point, I wasted money twice and failed twice. And it was like, I can't do this again. It's like literally, I can't just keep throwing money at this when apparently I'm not getting any better at it, And so I ended up just having to like ditch it completely, especially because I was, however, it was however much money down the drain in a pretty short period of time for no benefit. And I was like, well, maybe in the future I'll be able to revisit it. And, I don't know. 15, 20 years later, or however the fuck long, right? However long it's been. It's a thing that never materialized. Because eventually then once you start working, yeah, you find you have a whole lot less time to ever do any of that you want to do. And I'll be honest, in a similar way to what, you know, it's like, there is a little bit of that fear there of spending a whole bunch of time studying again for like the same thing. And then you go in for a third time years later and you fail a third time. I'm not sure I could take it. And at this point, it's sort of become a non-issue anyway, because the thing that it would have possibly led me into, that field right now is so just, it's such a pain in the ass to like actually get into properly, because everything is being outsourced like crazy. You see it everywhere. I see it in my job right now. Like literally, it's funny. You have to actually keep it a secret. Like if there are people, if someone's asking about a certain part of like a process or a workflow, and it involves these outsourced people, you're not allowed to tell them that part. That part you have to like somehow glance over, and you know, you have to be vague about it. So at the end of the day, who knows? Even if I had gotten what, you know, I'd be past the very first time, possibly I would have moved my way up in whatever direction that might have gotten me, and then been like laid off 3 times in a row from 3 different companies, and then ended up in something similar anyway. You know, where I was just like, well, I just need to find a job. At this point, it doesn't matter what it is. It just needs to be something that gives me money and pays the bills, you know?
まだ先のようじゃのう。あの体で無茶をする。
もう薬も切れてる頃だろう。
毒の特性を説明しておくべきでしたね。
たとえ教えてあげても結果は同じだったんじゃないかしら。
How are we not catching up to her when she's stumbling like this?
なんか手足がしびれてきたし、まだ毒が残ってんのかな。体だるい。だるすぎる。辛いよ。きついよ。泣きそうだよ。もう、私ってば頑張りすぎ。やっと着いた。マジでしんど。これで死んだらかっこ悪いよね。
So, also, I'm a little confused. If she gave in to the lady... Ooh, speed bracers. Isn't this literally the thing that, Maybe that's the base for making one of those. So if she gave in to the lady and just said, yeah, I'll I guess I'll just rest. I'll give up here. It didn't seem to do anything to her, other than I mean, like, she already had the poison in her system. So unless it's like making the poison stronger somehow. I like that you grab him by the little pincers and then slam him down. I'm not really sure what that whole scene was doing for her as far, because I thought that was going to be like, okay, maybe now we have to do something to fight off the black mist. Maybe that's still gonna happen. Maybe it takes a while. It's a delayed effect, maybe. But it seems like, I mean, for Will, it seemed like it was happening right then and there. The only thing that brought him back was the fact that we were there to tell him to come back. I miss like half the kicks when I do that with these little tiny enemies. Oh, these little guys are such a pain in the butt. There we go. Although, not nearly as much as the flying enemies, I don't think. I think I still hate the flying enemies more. Hey, a holy bottle. Nice. You know what I wish I could have, like... So there's a lot of things out there that make, how would you want to say it? Certain tasks a lot easier in the kitchen. What I would like is, can you not with your weird spider stuff? Thank you. There we go. I would like to have something that not does the making of the ice cream part easier, but one that does the mixing of all of the ingredients a lot easier, which is probably dumb because then it's like, oh, we'll just get a mixer. But it's... I feel like that's not really... So depending on what you're looking at, it always seems like there's a bunch of extra steps where you can't just do everything in one bowl. Whether it's, okay, you have to do one thing in one bowl and then another thing in another, and then you mix them together, or you do everything in one and then you have to transfer it to a pot because then you wanna like cook it out a little bit, or you know, what have you. It seems like it always ends up creating multiple things to use that you then have to clean, and then you get to the part where you're actually making it, and that, depending on what you're doing, sometimes that's, you know, you actually have a thing that's freezing and churning. Sometimes it's just a... Oh, I didn't even realize my thing was wrong. I need to change that. Sometimes it's just... what's that thing called? That's, It's the, it's like the ninja one that's, you just put it into the little cups and then you don't have to, you freeze it and then it like shaves it and does it, which I do have one of those because it was cheap, at one of the stores that I go to, and it's okay, but it doesn't really do, and so I think this is the difference. It's really good if you're using a bunch of sugar and stuff, which normally you think ice cream would be, but that's one of those things that I'm trying to cut out in its entirety in recent months. And it's gotten to the point that even just regular milk and cream actually tastes kind of sweet to me now. So I was like, well, if I could just have ice cream that was, all I did was flavor it with vanilla, and it was, you know, cream and eggs, or milk, cream, and eggs, or whatever combination that you want, like, that would be enough for me. But without that addition of the sugar, it never seems to get the consistency that I want anymore. So now that Ninja Creamy thing that I have is, basically just nothing. It just doesn't do anything anymore. Because every time I use it, it just, it's like everything is so disappointing, it kind of feels like a waste of ingredients. So I ended up I just have it sitting around, and maybe I'll use it for, like, I can't even think of, like, I'll find some use for it, because it's a pretty strong machine as far as, like, a little tiny, like, cup blender thing goes, I guess. But, you know, you wouldn't want to put, like, a liquid in it and blend it, but, like, I could imagine maybe if you wanted to freeze something and it was, you wanted to freeze something in it, and then you wanted to use pieces of it, you know, from Frozen. Okay, well, this is like the full end of the damn thing. So this is no good. Where did I go wrong? I'm gonna use one of the holy bottles. This is the end of the line. You're not telling me that she left the damn cave, right? So I could imagine in that scenario, especially if you needed it to be sort of mixed together more, but having to like freeze it into tiny little cubes instead in like an ice cube tray was sort of a pain in the butt. You could probably use it for that, you know, like for chicken stock, or chicken stock or beef stock or, you know, whatever, fish stock. You could freeze it in one of those, and then you could use the blend thing to like turn it into sort of like a fine powder, and then you just scoop out however much you want to use, and then you can just put it right back. You don't have to sit there and like break off chunks of it, and you know, you wouldn't have to use the a whole ice cube tray dedicated just to a stock. Actually, that's a really good idea. I should start doing that. Good ideas sometimes happen in the midst of battle. But yeah, as far as like the ice cream part goes, it seems like without the addition of the sugar, which clearly does something to it chemically that I just don't understand, it just doesn't work in that. So really, my best bet after that would be one of those ones that spins, it churns and freezes, which I also have one of those. That was kind of cheap. And I would probably try it out more, but man, is it a pain in the butt to clean. And then even like just getting the ice cream out of it afterwards, again, pain in the butt. Every single time. What am I doing? Oh, I want to use a holy bottle. Because I'm tired of your nonsense. You know what? I am gonna leave. Just because I can't imagine. Just in case she somehow stumbled her way out. Okay.
おかしい。ここまで来たというのに、ノーマの姿が見えない。
水晶に割れ目があるな。
シャボン娘の匂いがするんか。
中まで道が続いてるようですね。
行ってみよう。
Well, yeah, let's definitely save here. Ooh. Oh my god, did she actually find it? Oh, well, hey.
寝顔ね。お姉さんもここで一緒にお昼寝しようかしら。えらいえらい。おでこ叩かないで叩かないで。
起きろ！
みんなおはよう。てか体だるすぎる。
意識に異常が見られますね。
普段と同じような気もしますけど。こっそりひどいこと言ってるし。もうダメだ。こりゃマジで死ぬわ。頭ぼーっとしてるし、空の髪が赤くなったように見えるし。
ノーマが見てるのはモーゼスだ。
解毒薬を飲め。それで治る。
にが薬にが。
前に飲んだ時は何も言わなかっただろう。
そうなの？よく覚えてないや。
重傷だったんだな。
エバーライトはどうしたんじゃ？
調べてたら頭クラクラしちゃって、視界はブレるし手は震えるし、だんだん気持ちよくなってきちゃってさ、綺麗な川のほとりを歩く夢を見たよ。向こう岸にお宝がたくさんあってね、取りに行こうと思ったら目が覚めた。
死にかけてたのか。
間に合ってよかったな。
さーて調べるぞ。
これは一体。
文字の意味する通りにやればいいってことかな。
ノーマ、これが何を意味しているかわかるか？
最悪、炎、未来。 ノーマさん？私の研究が正しいならここで間違いないと思う。
その割に浮かない顔だな。
ここにエバーライトがなかったらもうどうすればいいかわかんない。
怖いのか？
真実を知ったら夢を信じられなくなると思う。今ここで引き返せば、この先を確かめなければ望みを持ち続けることはできる。残酷な真実を知るくらいなら何も知らないでいた方がいいってね。あれ？ちょっと何これ？やー、取れないし。何これ？ついてくるよ。
ノーマ、待て！
なんなのよ。私が2人？
みんな気をつけろ。
この黒いの私のせいじゃないからね。
言い訳しちょる場合か。
We don't need Norma to fight Shadow Norma, okay? Dark Norma? Alright, whatever. Oof. Oof, right in the baby maker. Ow. Kind of reminds me, the last time I was playing through Ocarina of Time, which was for the Master Quest one. Wow, jeez. I love audio glitches. I got to Dark Link, and I don't remember what it was. I ended up having some weird issue where I think like some of the resources that you would normally use, I was running out of, and is it just because there's a lot of particles on screen? What is going on here? It's really doing some weirdness. And eventually, I ended up having to like look up again how you're supposed to beat him. And then some of the things that it was giving me, I was like, I literally don't even have the stuff available to do that. That sucks. I don't know, you know, I was like, I don't know what to do. You were just a tad bit late on that cure, Shirley. Okay, I just barely got her before she fucking ray gunned me to death. I think I had to cheese it, which was a little sad.
これまで魔物から霧が出ていたが、今回は
シャボン娘は魔物じゃったんか。
違うわ。グリューネさん、何か昔のことを思い出せそうだったわ。何か大切なことを私は忘れてるのね。
我はシャドウ、主の声を聞き、この地に降臨せい。
Ah, jeez.
はじめまして、シャドウちゃん。
主よ、我のことをお忘れか。
ごめんなさいね。シャドウちゃんは私のこと何かご存知かしら？
主になき者、我の中にもなき者。
そうよね。困ったわね。私たちの方が困ってます。
秩序なき世界に長くとどまることかなわぬ。時の目覚めを待ち、闇に眠らん。
今度はシャドウちゃんの種ね。どこかに植えておきましょうね。
ノーマ、エバーライトは？
やるしかないよね。よーし、行くよ。最悪、炎、未来か。答えはもう分かってるけどね。モスケ、頼みがあるんだけど。
なんじゃ？
炎に飛び込めってことですね。
そうがなことができるか？
チェ
ってなんじゃ？本気じゃったんかあれ。
この炎は幻だから平気だって。
はっきりと熱を感じますけど。
モスケ、
だからなんじゃ？
この炎に向かって槍投げてみて。
見事に燃えましたね。どこが幻なんですか？
せこい調べ方じゃダメか。
せこい言うな。
私、真実を知っても平気かな。今まで通りでいられるかな。この先にエバーライトはあるのかな。ありゃ、なんで？さっき退治したのに。ウィルチ、ジェイジェイ、説明よろしく。
俺に聞かれても知らん。
僕だって知りませんよ。
ゲゲ、また私になるし。何見てんのよ。
襲ってくる気配はないな。
なんだろうこれ。すごく嫌な気分になってきた。何かな、不安。ノーマさん、また黒い霧が出てます。わあ、ちょっと嫌だってば。通って通って。どうして逃げんのよ。
なんだか感染しそうですから。
シャボン娘、我何考えとるんじゃ。
ギートンならいいかなーって。
ようないわ。
なんだか落ち込んできた。ノーマちゃん、自分を強く持ってね。なんの霧が出んのって私がビビってるせい？霧が増えてますよ。ノーマちゃん、 自分の気持ちをきちんと抱きしめてあげて。大切な自分の気持ちをノーマちゃんが理解してあげなくちゃ。私の気持ち、私が理解してあげなくちゃか。
そうだ。
見つけるんですよね、エバーライト。ノーマさんの夢を。
重ねてきた努力はお前を裏切ったりはしない。
ザマランさんが言ってた。危険を恐れていては真実に近づくことはできないって。
それ師匠にもよく聞かされた。もともとジジイの言葉だったんだ。
自分が信じたままにやればいい。
何かあれば私たちがノーマをフォローする。
ほうじゃ、なんもビビることない。ダメじゃったらまた探しゃえ。
私もお手伝いしますから。とか言いつつ、私から距離を取ってるのがすんごーく気になるんだけど。
The really slow walk back of those three was really funny.
ま、気持ちだけ受け取るよ。ありがとう。こっからは私の役目だもんね。ダメでもまたやればいいんだ。そうだね。そうだよね。私大切なことを忘れてた。誰のためでもない私が探したいからエバーライトを探してるんだ。いつの間にか夢を追いかける楽しみを忘れてた。師匠、力を貸してね。
答えは簡単だ。実に簡単な答えだ。エバーライトがあると信じているから。誰に何を言われても俺はエバーライトを探し続ける。それが俺の夢だからな。
私も夢見つけたんだよ。だからもう迷わない。師匠、私もう迷わないよ。知ることを恐れたりはしない。自分を信じて生きていく。
本当に幻だったんだな。
モーゼスさんの槍は確かに燃えたはずなのに。
部屋全体に特殊な仕掛けがあるのか。
ほーら、早く早く、先に進むよ。
Huh. Wait, what? Oh, it was just the exact same little twist and platform, except this one doesn't have the little raised and sunken in bit.
「意味がわかるのか？」
消滅、罠、冥界、それと誕生、殺戮か。こんくらい読めて当然だよ。よーし、行くわよ。
俺たちも続くぞ。
Holy shit, is that it? With the weird text on the wall. Doesn't look real. So funny.
これがエバーライト。本当にあったんだ。
とても強い力を感じる。確か前もどこかで。
これはソーガと同じものです。
エバーライトの正体はソーガだったんですか？
長い時間をかけて結晶化したのかもしれんな。
とっても素敵ね。
ノーマ、正面の壁を見てみろ。
どったのよ、興奮して。嘘。これって。
Did Sven find it?
そんなわけ。でも見間違えるはずない。師匠の字を私が見間違えるはずないよ。
こっちにも何か書いてあるぞ。残念ながら俺には読めないがな。
どれどれ？
古国語みたいだな。
ノーマ、どうしたんだ？
師匠、私ちゃんと読めるよ。いっぱい勉強したから師匠の気持ち読めるよ。
ノーマ、
師匠に追いつきたくていっぱい勉強したから全部ちゃんと自分で読めるよ。師匠、私
シャーリー。
私ちゃんとここに来たよ。師匠と同じとこまで来たよ。
なんて書いてあるんだ？
いいですか？私の愛する教え子よ。いつの日かこの地にて
いつの日かこの地にて再会することを約束しよう。私はこの地にて約束が果たされる時を永遠に待ち望む。やめ自分で書いてて気持ち悪い。やっぱり自分らしくいかないとな。ノーマが俺を信じてくれたから俺はエバーライトを見つけられた。今まで黙ってたけどお前にはずっと励まされていたんだ。おかしなやつと言われ周りの連中からバカにされてもノーマだけは俺の話を聞いてくれた。一緒になって騒いで時にはバカをやって悩む暇もないほどに笑ったろう。そんな時間が俺にとってどれだけ救いになってたか。面と向かって言うのはちいとばかし恥ずかしいからさ。こんな形で許してくれな。そう遠くない未来にお前がこの地を訪れることを心の底から祈っている。 信じてる。だからお前にこの言葉を残そう。ありがとうノーマ。本当にありがとう。それからよく頑張ったな。本当によく頑張ったな。ノーマは最高だよ。最高の教え子だよ。顔を上げろノーマ。胸を張れノーマ。明日を見ろノーマ。その先に無限の未来が待っている。
ノーマ・ビアッティへ、スベイより夢とロマンを込めて。師匠、見つけてたんだ。エバーライトを見つけてたんだ。
目標を成し遂げてこの世を去ったわけか。ならば思い残すことはなかっただろ
エバーライトを見つけられなくても師匠が悔いを残して死ぬような、そんなやわな生き方はしてなかった。今を全力で生きてる人だった。
男の中の男じゃのう。
すっきりした。
もう大丈夫なのか？
まだやることあるからね。泣いてばっかはいられないって。
そうだな。
師匠がやろうとしたこと、私が叶えてあげるんだ。それが、みんなあと少しだけ付き合ってくれる？
うん、任せとけ。少しと言わんとなんぼでも付き落ちる。
ザマランさんを呼びに行くんですね。うん。
どこまで連れて行くつもりじゃ。
黙ってついてくる。私は気に入らないけど、これが師匠の望みだからね。
そろそろ説明してくれんか。
今にわかるわよ。お願い、私の願いを叶えて。
なんじゃ、暖かい光を感じる。
お願い、エバーライト。私と師匠の願いを叶えて。エバーライトはここにある。ざまみろ、師匠。どうだざまみろ。どうよ、参った？師匠にしてはちょっとかっこつけすぎだけどね。
あのバカ弟子が。
バカすぎて 泣けてきちゃうでしょ。けどこれが師匠の夢。ジジイの目を直したかったんだよ。
最後までバカをしろって。
しょうがないよ。だって師匠だもん。師匠からバカを取ったらなんにも残らないじゃん。
それもそうじゃな。
どう？私の姿は立派なもんでしょ。
予想通り生意気そうじゃ。
たく可愛くないんだから。
力を失って崩れたのか。
It was a load buried Everlight.
いいんじゃない？探し出すことが目的なんだからさ。また新しい夢を探せってエバーライトが言ってるのかもね。
I'm not sure I'd stand underneath it when you just saw it shift like that. What if it continued to fall into sink as it fucking failed you right in the face? I wouldn't get underneath it like that.
半人前のくせに口だけは達者じゃな。
今日の私は気分がいいから何言っても許してあげる。
猿の分際で偉そうに。
おっきー！なんだと？で、ジジイはこれからどうするわけ？
せっかく来たんじゃからの。もう少し遺跡戦を堪能するつもりじゃ。
さっさと帰りゃいいのに。心にもないこと言ってますね。
そうだな。
外野は黙ってる。だいたい学校の講義もあるんでしょうが。
その言葉そっくり返してやるわい。お前こそ大陸に戻るつもりはないのか？
私はまだ帰らないけど学校はちゃんと卒業する。だから退学にならないよ。ジジイの方で何とかしといてよ。
まったく勝手なやつじゃな。
これエバーライトのかけら持ってきちゃった。師匠に見せてあげようと思って。
抜け目ないやつじゃな。
それ褒め言葉でしょ。
さあな。
師匠に報告してくるね。
Oh.
結局ノーマはノーマのままか。
ノーマはあれでいいんじゃないか。その方があいつらしい。
そうじゃな。
エバーライト本当にあったんですね。
大陸の研究機関に話せば引く手あまただろうにな。
ノーマがそんな連中に興味を持つとも思えないけどな。
背の字の言う通りじゃろ。
Yeah, that is one of those, that's one of those things where it's like, it's very sweet for the story. But also, you could've, there's a lot of things they could've.
セネルちゃん、朝よ。お姉さん、起きてほしいな。
There's a whole lot of things you could have done with the one wish from the Everlight. I assume. So I guess my stray thought about Stingle maybe wanting to find it is wrong. Although he certainly could have used it for his daughter. I don't know if he even realized that that existed, so, you know, hopefully that doesn't become a point of contention or anything. You know, it's already been, you know, everything's said and done already. Can't do anything about that.
朝よ。セネルちゃんが起きてくれないなら、お姉さんだって眠っちゃうわよ。
そんなことで対抗されてもな。
おはよう、セネルちゃん。お兄ちゃん起きてる？まあ、シャーリーちゃん、おはよう。おはようございます。
おはよう。ちょうどよかった。シャーリーに聞きたいことがあったんだ。エバーライトのことだ。あの光を見たとき思ったんだが。
私が持ってたブローチとエバーライトはきっと同じものだよ。
やっぱりそうだったか。もっと早く気づけばよかった。
どんな病気でも治す功績に願いを叶える奇跡の宝。言ってることは同じだったんだね。
思い出した。確かステラはネルフェスの涙って呼んでたっけ。
ソーガを古国語でそう呼ぶこともあるんだよ。
ソーガか。どんな力も結局は使い方次第ってことだな。人を傷つけもすれば助けもする。
私は誰かを助けるために今ある力を使いたい。
あ、
いいお話ね。お姉さん応援しちゃうわよ。そうだお兄ちゃん、ウィルさんの家まで来てほしいの。ああ、そうそう。私もそれを言いにここまで来たのよ。そうだったんですか？
グリューネさんが来たのはシャーリーが来るほんの少し前だ。
そういうことは。
どうした？
早く言って。
あいてて、どうしてつねるんだよ。おいシャーリ
ー。Interlude? Wait, hold on. I missed that. Fuck. That's so funny. She walked in on him and she was like, oh no. Jealous girl. That's really funny. They're just not... She was like, oh no. Oh no, somehow this harlot got to him first. I don't know what to do about it. It's like, oh. No, never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. Also, what do you mean interlude?
道を聞きたいのですが少しよろしいでしょうか。
ああ。
墓地にはどこから行けば？
あ、それなら。
おや？ど
どうかしましたか?
Haven't we seen this guy before? Didn't he ask for directions once already? I swear I've seen him before.
いやいや、これは失礼しました。あまりに美しい髪なので、思わず見とれてしまいました。いやー、実にお美しい。まるで噂に聞いた後発人だ。
Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Also, way to be max creepy right off the bat. It's that it's that joke from Smiling Friends with the scientist guy. Where he immediately makes the waitress run away screaming because he doesn't know how to talk to women, and he just is hyper creepy immediately, talking about his weird worm experiment. That's this guy.
なんでも後発人は美しい金色の髪をしているそうですから。
お前。
申し訳ありません。出会ったばかりの人にこれは失礼でしたね。
墓地に行きたいんだろう。それなら階段滝の方だ。
町の反対側ですか。見つからないはずですね。ありがとうございました。それでは失礼します。
あいつどうも気になるな。
私は気にしてないよ。それよりウィルちゃんの家に行くんだったわね。
そうだったな。
That's that the fucking guy's face. It's like you never. I don't know who would make that face to anybody on purpose unless you were trying to freak them out. It's funny. So before I would get lost fairly easily in Actually, I'm gonna sell some stuff, but what is it that I want to sell some of these bottles that I never use. Also, I'll sell some of these magic buttons, I guess. Actually, nah, I don't care. They're literally 5. Why would I even bother? The encounter rate ones I'll definitely get rid of because I'm not gonna sit here and farm or anything. Climax bottles are good. Card bottles, good. That's good. I'm never gonna use these. I'm never gonna use these syrup bottles either. So just give me, okay, flare bottles I probably should be using every once in a while. Okay, yeah, Speed Bracer is what I need for this. I almost have everything. I just need Baumkuchen and Elven Boots and Red Saffron. Am I closer to anything else? No, it doesn't seem like it. What about anything else here? Figured. Okay. Well, it's getting almost to that time again, so we'll probably end up, oh, I was gonna say, now that I've spent so much more time in the city compared to the beginning chapters of the game, where I...
また兄弟がやられたんだ。これで6人目。
Yeah, where we were like constantly just leaving the city to run around and that was it. Now I'm actually remembering the layout.
安心せい。わいが何とかしちゃる。
もしかしたらギートが。
ギートに限ってんなわけあるか。
オイラだって信じてるけど、心が強くないやつだっているんだ。兄弟のうちの何人かがギートに疑いを持ってる。
わいが動くまで勝手な真似はすんな。手綱を締めるのは茶葉に任せる。
分かってる。だけどみんな気が短いから、そんなに長くは待ってられないと思うよ。それじゃあオイラは行くよ。もう少しいろいろと調べてみる。
お、任せたわ。
茶葉、何かあったのか？深刻な顔をしていたようだったが。
別に大したことありゃせん。茶葉は心配性じゃからな。
ギートは一緒じゃないんだな。
お前らだっていつも一緒なわけと違う。
二人ともウィルちゃんが待ってるわよ。
これで全員揃っていないな。
シャボン娘がおらんようじゃの。
私が宿屋で声をかけた時はすぐに来ると言っていたが。
ノーマさんのすぐがどれくらいの時間かわかりませんね。
迎えに行った方が早いんじゃない？
セネル、宿屋を見てきてくれないか。
仕方ないな。
ハティも一緒に行くわね。
Nice, okay. So, it seems like we're probably gonna get Moses's, what have you next? His character quest? Although, it started off with the interlude. So, are we getting like a little mini story in between the character quests? That would be a little insane. It's almost like they just had all these different stories that they wanted to tell, and they were allowed to do it. Insane.
ならばこれでどうじゃ？
どうじゃと言われましてもね。
こんな機会はもうないんじゃぞ。
Oh god, they're the same.
私にも生活がありますし。
ありゃ、みんなどったの？
待っていても来ないから迎えに来たんだ。
いやー、だってさ、このジジイと来たら。
ザマランさん、勘弁してくださいよ。部屋をずっと稼いだなんて。いえね、お貸しするのはいいんです。でもちゃんとお代をいただかないと。
じゃから安くしておくと言っておる。
それ借りる側のセリフじゃないですよ。
どこかで見た光景だな。
そうね。
遺跡船の発展のためにここでわしが偉大な研究をしようというのに。
でも月5ガルドというのは
安い。
そうかな。
何を聞いておったんじゃ。誰が月5ガルドと言った？
ああ、一泊で5ガルドでしたか。でもそれでもまだ。
ダメじゃダメじゃ。年5ガルドに決まっておる。
偉そうに言うな。私 私が恥ずかしいでしょ。
よく言うな。
長年宿屋をやってますがね、こんな無茶な人はいません。
いません。
以前に一人だけいましたね。ゴガルドで宿を買うといった人が。まさか知り合いじゃないですよね。
Oh no, was it Sven?
そんなバカな人は知らないよ。
そうじゃ、世界一のバカと一緒にするとはたまらん。
絶対に師匠だよね。
残念ながら間違いないじゃろ。まあ仕方がないの。わしの宿代はノーマにつけておいてくれ。
私が払うのかよ。
はい、わかりました。ノーマさんが支払うと。
勝手に決めるな。
器の小さいやつじゃな。
どっちがじゃあ。
わしは出かけてくる。あとは頼んだぞ。
勝手に話をまとめるな。てかマジで私が払うの？
できれば前払いでお願いしますよ。
ザマランさんってあんな人だったんだな。
ザマランさんのことはいいからウィルの家に戻ろう。きっと首を長くして待ってる。
Okay. I can't believe all of them are just the same. Nobody has any idea how money should work. It did just occur. So I say that I was getting used to the layout, but I also went the long way around.
みんなに頼みがある。俺と一緒に水の民の里へ行ってほし
い。でもあそこは確か。
前の戦いが終わってからというもの、彼らは里に結界を張り閉じこもっていた。
連絡を取れるのはりっちゃんだけだったんだよね。
だが昨日里の結界を解くと知らせがあってな。これからは俺たち人類の来訪も受け入れるそうだ。
どういう風の吹き回しじゃ？
It's funny that they say human visitors. Because normally they were making the very particular distinction of Orines and Faerines as like the two distinctions, right? Although, I guess, so the Faerines also get called the Radiant, so the Orines would then be the humans, I guess. That being so, does that... And then they said we came here in the spaceship, so we're the aliens, although we're human. I wonder if that means that there's going to be some sort of plot line in here somewhere about the fact that maybe there was the literal Earth that we used to have. Get rid of another bot. That we used to have that we were migrating from. I wonder where we are in the universe here. Have they said the name of the planet? I don't even remember. If they did, it was a long time ago.
マウリッツ殿に聞けば教えてくれるだろう。実は向こうから俺たちに会いたいと言ってきたのだ。
I don't know if I'd trust him as far as I could throw him.
マウリッツさんが？
私のところにも話が来ました。皆さん、 外交官として私からもお願いします。
俺たちは別に構わない。だけどシャーリーは。
もちろん私も一緒に行くよ。
いいのか？テューラにだって会うかもしれない。
あ、そっか。テュッちゃんの本拠地だもんね。
テュッちゃん？
またひどいことを言われるかもしれない。
私は大丈夫です。皆さんにはご迷惑かもしれませんけど。
迷惑も何もあるかい。悪いがジョーちゃんと違う。
シャーリーちゃんはとってもいい子ですものね。
行くと決めてんじゃったら威勢よく行くとしようかの。
だーもうノリ悪。
Oh, Harriet did it too. Cute.
一応気合も入ったようだし、出発するか。
ハリエットは留守番だ。
ブー。
That's so funny. Does she have anything to say? Just that she hates house sitting. I hate house sitting. Yeah, I think that's actually a really good place to call it, because if I go any farther, I'm gonna get sucked in again to, into whatever it's gonna be doing, and I'm sure the next couple of cutscenes that it's gonna pull me into are going to be longer. There's no way that they're not. So, yeah, I think that's a very good place to call it. Also, character quest interlude is so where. Wow, I have a lot of gold. Gald. So not only are we doing character quest lines where we're like wrapping up some of the things that they might have had outstanding. Is this telling me that I've been playing for 47 hours? Dear Lord. And we still got however many people's quest lines to go through. I don't know if it's gonna, I don't know how many. So we're done with 2 at least. So there's at least probably 3 if everybody has something that they got going on. Moses was the one that I was least sure about, but it sounds like rather than something that he previously had that he mentioned, now there is something going on now that he has to deal with. And hopefully Giat's okay. I don't know why he would suddenly be like attacking people, because normally he's so well behaved. So that's a little worried. But in the interim, we have this little character quest interlude, which I don't know if that's gonna actually, it could literally just be, okay, this is in between the character quest. It's not gonna be like, it'll be, I don't know, maybe like 10 to 20 minutes of whatever in between, and then we'll launch into what I assume is going to be Moses' character quest. But the fact that we even have space here for an interlude to figure out, to do whatever it is that we're going to be doing, I don't know, you know, I don't know what they want to talk to us about. Maybe they want to talk to us about the Black Mist? Maybe that's going to be a problem for them as well, so they're like, I guess we should work together. I guess, you know. Still don't trust Maritz. He turned into a weird cyber worm. Styled on me. That was terrible. I'll never forget it. But yeah, I love that we have... They were given the time to just go, hey, yeah, look, we got the game's done, but we have all this stuff to wrap up, and in between the wrapping up, you know what? We don't have to rush it. There's an interlude here. We got some other things that we'll put that in, and then we'll jump into somebody else's character quest line. That's fine. You don't have to rush it out in a year and a half and then patch it over the next 2.5 years to make it a good game. You could just make it and have it be good to begin with. I'm so glad I started playing this. It's a fantastic game. Even if the gameplay itself can get a little samey, you know, but which is not like a terrible thing. I mean, Drakengard is basically just, it's like circle, it's either circle or square and triangle all the way down, you know? But Drakengard, fantastic story. It's got a bit of the annoyingness to it with trying to get all the endings, which, unless you have some other things keeping your attention to want to do that, that can be a little bit of a downgrade for some people. But you know, it's whatever. But you know, at the end of the day, so like, there's two things that I'm really focused on in games, and they're not, they don't always have to happen at the same time. You either have a really good story, and the gameplay is there just to sort of facilitate that. I don't want, which I guess kind of makes it sound like walking simulators would fit that bill, but I think those ones go a little bit too far. Those ones go above and beyond to be off the scale on the, okay, well, gameplay doesn't matter portion of it. I would prefer the gameplay to be not super inspired, but at least have something to it, and then the story that fills it in makes it worth going through it. You know, like if a lot of those walking simulators had, like at least like interesting puzzles or something in between, that would give it more of a reason for me to be like, okay, I would actually want to bother with those. And then on the other side, you have some games that they don't have any story at all, or it's like it's threadbare, but the gameplay is just phenomenal, you know? And those ones, also great. You know, you have things like... Is this a fair comparison? I was gonna say Hollow Knight, because Hollow Knight, there is, like, sort of a story running in the background, but you can kind of just ignore all of that, because... well, I guess you could ignore all this, too. It's a little bit harder because you have so many cutscenes, but at least for something like Hollow Knight, it's a lot easier to just sort of skip right over it. You could, not that you're like, you don't have to be, you don't even have to be button mashing through conversations to miss it, because there's a lot of in-between time where literally all you're doing is gameplay. You're fighting, you're doing bosses, you're, you know, doing sword bounce puzzles to get to items and whatnot, and you know, there's a lot of stuff in between where you don't have anything, you're not reading any notes, you're not talking to any characters at all. So that one I would consider to be the opposite end, where you have some gameplay, or some story, but mostly it's just really rock-solid gameplay, and, you know, that's fantastic. And that's also one of those ones that's, you know, I like both of those sides of the spectrum. The things that come into the middle, and they have a good amount of both, and they're both good, or, you know, even better, they're an even smaller margin, they're both fantastic. That's when you find the games that are, like, the best games of all time, in my opinion. And this one is definitely leaning more towards just, I really like the narrative, and the gameplay is there. And to be fair, we've gotten into some fights that I've actually had to really think more about. I couldn't just sit there and like do my usual combos and then every once in a while try to dodge a thing or block it. Although the block doesn't seem to be very consistent, and part of that might be because I'm using a wireless controller. It's just, you know, normally I would use a wired one, but this just, I have too many wires as it is, so I was like, you know what, I'll take this as a as a compromise, so that I don't have just another thing that's wired into the fucking system, you know? It could be wired. I can make it wired, because that's how it charges, but and also when I have it wireless, it just connects to everything properly. When I have to connect the wire to it, not everything connects to it the same, which I don't really quite understand. It's because it's got like 4 different modes of like connectivity on it. It's sort of a pain in the butt, but it's got the shape that I like and it feels good to use, and it's, you know, it's pretty solid. Anyway, but yeah, I'm really loving the story. The gameplay, every once in a while, I come across something where I'm like, ooh, I really gotta like lock in on this. But most of the time, I'm just trying to get through the fights, and but I don't hate them, you know. If they could go a little bit faster, I would love that. And if I didn't have so many flying enemies, you know what? Actually, I'll take back that last one. Most of my problems come from the flying enemies being a pain in the butt to fight. The ones that are just like on the ground, sometimes those ones get to be a pain just because you'll have like a whole bunch of mages in a row, and they'll do a spell that really just knocks everybody out, which is, you know, that sucks. But that's a thing that I should just be keeping in mind. But the flying enemies really slow it down. I really don't like the flying enemies. Anyway, fucking yapping whatever at the end here. That's gonna be it for this little stretch here, and then I'll be back again on Thursday, and we'll be jumping into the interlude. Man, it feels like Thursday's gonna... I mean, it'll probably come up on me fast, but it also feels like... I wish this was just like a thing that I could do like more in the week, you know, even more than just like the 4 days for the set amount of hours that I have. But you know, responsibilities being what they are and whatnot, I gotta get other stuff done. But man, have fun. Anyway, that's gonna be it for now, and see y'all Thursday. Bye.